Intro music. Dum-de-dum-de-dum-de-dum. Yeah, that's enough of that. Yep, test, microphone working. Welcome to the Games Club. It's Sunday. I don't want to do any code. I did code this morning. It's my day off. We're going to do a talk. It's Sunday. Let's do the Sunday talk. What have I actually named this? Artificial Intelligence Intro. The Illusion of 3D. Oh, this talk is interesting. So we'll let people log in and see if we get any viewers first. I'm not really bothered if I do or not. The talk is more important than the viewers. This needs to be logged, uploaded to YouTube and saved. So, The Illusion of 3D. It's an introduction to AI, and what it sets out to do is to show why we haven't been able to program artificial intelligence at this point in human history. Well, that's not quite true. We have gone into things like deep learning, etc., etc. So as a bit of background, we might want to look at that. I think. I'm not sure. You might want to. You might not want to. So AI thought, because that's what we're talking about. Goal of AI, a thought experiment by blah blah blah. Yeah. We've got no wiki on this. I don't want other people's stuff because there's a big reason for it. They're approaching this from a different viewpoint. The thought experiment was deemed an informational hazard. Okay. Let's not have experiment on the end, shall we? I think that's a specific. AI thoughts for enterprise. You sad people, what are you selling? What you are selling is a pattern matching program. Adaptive artificial intelligence. I'm not going to click on any of these links. You can, if you wish, to get more background. Wait a minute. Yeah, this is pattern matching. Yeah, cryptocurrency comes up. Oh yeah, I may as well introduce. Let's do an aside as we get started. Oh, hello, peeps. Before we start, then I'll do a little piece, a side piece. We are going to do an experiment today as well. So the subject matter today is the illusion of 3D AI. We are not going to start that yet. Probably in about 10 minutes, and I'm going to then tell you why we are doing this properly. But out of interest, just as not a party piece, but let's just pop over here a minute. We just saw cryptocurrency. I'm going to not call it cryptocurrency. E-currency. Just as a little FYI. On the 25th of the 3rd of 2022, Axios was hacked. If you don't know what Haxios is, you can do your own research. On the 1st of the 4th of 2022, the hack was discovered. Oh, can't do it that way. This is just a little thing that I want to just put in your mind before we do the talk. Detected, I think, is the best way. Not discovered. Actually, I suppose discovered is the correct word. But I'm going to say detected, because we're going to be talking about AI, which will be able to do this a lot better. Stolen money, 600,000, and that would be dollars, I think. Don't quote me on the dollar sign. It might be pounds sterling. This has been done from memory. I'm not looking at the internet. It took them 6 days to find out that they were missing $600,000 worth of electronic currency within their system. You would have thought that that would have been spotted as it was being taken out, but it wasn't. It took them 6 days to realise that money was flooding out of their game. Forgot to mention that, didn't I? This is a blockchain game where you buy a toon, a character, an avatar, and you play a game, and that avatar is worth money within the blockchain. It's an MMO style game which you play online. Now, if you remember back to a talk that I've done recently about games and money and how you should never, ever, ever, and I mean never, ever, ever, put the two together in one program. You should never put money, real life money, a real life money shop, anything, payment, anything to do with real life at all, should never be in a game. A game should be written for players to have fun. This game was written for players to make money, with the illusion of making money, because it's an e-currency. The reality is, it happened. Today is the 3rd of April. This happened, what? 8 days ago. So this is a Sunday, a week yesterday, a week last Saturday, a week yesterday, yeah. This actually happened. You can look it up on the web if you wish. Go on YouTube and watch the videos. That's not what I'm about. I just wanted to say thank you for validating my last talk on games and money. If you haven't seen that, please watch it. I have no idea where it is. Right, and now we need to update. Well, we can have a look, can't we? We need to go to Twitch first, don't we? Let's just update our systems here at the club. That was the shaders. Do we have that shaders going yet? I don't think we do. Just thought I'd put that out there to you, that I was right. We've got our first model. That's the continued version, right? Okay. That's the continued. Why have I got 2 here? What happened to this one? And why is there a 2 here? Oh, right, because you got this open, I guess. Why is this so hard to follow? These should be in order. Yeah, I bet you never knew you could do that, did you? It's Windows, for God's sake. What we got here then? Our first model, the base code. Before that we had a Sunday talk. Our first 3D model, and then it should have a continued. Those 2 are the wrong way round. That's why it's messing me up. You are joking me. Alright, so we've got those 2. Those 2 are the wrong way round. And then we go on to this one. Alright. Which we can now export. We have the 24-hour timeline. Good. It's legal for me to do it, so I can export it. These 2 should be base code and then continued. Let's just check our playlist. You see? Base code and then continued. Thank you. There we go, everything's in the right order. Now you know why I check these things. If you trust a computer to do things right, it will do it wrong for you, just out of spite. YouTube, you're so silly. Can we have an update, please, and get our file going? Thank you. Add to the playlist. That will now go into the correct place. We can save it, and it will go in the right order. You can see that I don't like being messed about. I click save. We can go. It will upload. View full playlist. We should now have a blank spot at the moment. Yep, it's going to be processed in its own time. Right, we've got the videos up to date. Good. Game Club is still go. Thank you to Axios Games for proving how stupid you are, and how stupid all of these cash cows are out there that are creating games trying to rake in the money. You are next. You are targeted by hackers. Every single one of you. And you have no protection. So, with that note, let's do today's talk. AI. Artificial intelligence. This is the introduction. This is the introductory talk. We may do some coding here. I'm hesitating. Just like pointing out the warnings, that's all. Interesting stuff. Why have I titled this The Illusion of 3D as an introduction to AI? Because I have studied for the past number of years, I'm not going to tell you how many, 3D graphics from a different viewpoint. I've also studied for the past 42 years artificial intelligence. I've had a big interest in artificial intelligence for the past 42 years. I have been following its progress. I nearly took a degree in it. Back then, it would have been Southampton University in southern England that would have been the university I would have gone to. And if you go there now and have a look at what they are doing with AI, you'll see that they have gone with popular belief. So, we have to... Today's popular mindset, paradigm, rote, belief, is that the future of AI and I'm going to call it what it is. I'm not going to pull the punches. This is founded the future of AI is pattern matching. This is founded in a singular truth. Which equals a science. So what we have done as the human race is turned artificial AI and the discovery of artificial AI into a science. Okay. As long as you know that that is the viewpoint of reality, and that is where you will find information on the internet about artificial intelligence. If you dig deep, you might find somebody out there that has a different viewpoint. I'm one of those people. I have a different viewpoint. I was studying this before artificial AI became a science, and I do not hold the popular belief that AI is pattern matching. It isn't. AI is a logic system. It's got nothing to do with patterns at all. I'm going to put it that way for just throwing that kind of viewpoint out there. How you can have a different viewpoint of the same subject and both of you can be correct. The viewpoints are not wrong. And that's why this is possibly an important talk. Something I might have to hold back on a few things because it will go into the realms of disbelief. Let's put it that way. Because as soon as you change your viewpoint, you are no longer within the accepted norm. You are no longer within the accepted reality, and you are opening yourself up to ridicule. I don't care. Go ahead, ridicule everything that I'm about to say, and stay ignorant. Okay. That's the intro to the talk. We are not going to approach this from... Well, actually, we are going to approach this from the point of view of programming artificial intelligence. But to do so, as we've already found out with everything else that I've done on this channel, we have to know the subject matter. You can't program something you know nothing about. Or can you? So let's get on with the talk. Let's do the first slide. The first slide. To date, AI has never been achieved. So what we are talking about is this. This is the introduction. Is AI possible? It doesn't exist. It hasn't been invented. Is the light bulb possible? Well, once upon a time that hadn't been invented, but the Egyptians made a damn good job of it. A long, long time ago. But even until we invented it within the modern day accepted sciences, we didn't believe a light bulb could exist. And we still don't believe that the Egyptians created the light bulb. All of the talk that I am going to do today is based upon the principles of one person and has most of the information that I know and have researched over the past 40 years has been down to this one person. The person was described by Sir Isaac Einstein. Yeah, that guy, Mr. Einstein, Mr. Relativity himself, was described as a genius. When Isaac Einstein was asked in an interview, how does it feel to be a genius? He turned round and said, well, don't ask me. Ask Nikola Tesla. Is AI possible? Yes, 100% it's possible. Absolutely. It is not a holy grail. It is a fact. I have just stated to date, AI has never been achieved. I'm sorry, but the word never should not be there. The fact that we haven't discovered it doesn't mean that it hasn't been achieved. Just like the light bulb. We had no concept of the light bulb until we invented it in modern day times. When we looked back at the Egyptian hieroglyphs, we said, hey, look, that looks like a light bulb. And everybody said, nah, it can't be. We've only just invented it. But the light bulb was not a holy grail. AI is just like the light bulb. It probably has been invented. It probably has been achieved. We may not have recognized it, or the people who achieved it may not have recognized the fact that that was what they achieved. The ancient Egyptians probably wouldn't have called that a light bulb, although it was a device for shining light. Or it is depicted as a device or a handheld object that shines light. I don't know whether it did shine light. I wasn't there. I am old, but okay. Yeah. I was born in the age of the dinosaurs. Yeah, I've heard the joke. The fact that Egyptologists can't agree to that the actual picture exists. This drawing inside of a pyramid exists is quite astonishing. The fact that they can't just agree that this is a picture of something and stop calling it a bloody light bulb, because that's not what the Egyptians called it. Whatever that picture is of something, a piece of their life that they recognized that they had achieved. It can be symbolic. It could be technological. How the hell are we supposed to know? How do you spell said? God damn it, Tesla. Don't give me difficult words to spell. I don't know. I don't know why I can't read it. I've got it on this board here and I can't read that word. Tesla said yes. He didn't probably say it in that form. He probably didn't come out and when somebody said, what do you think about AI? And he said, yes. That's probably more like what he would say. But he would have said, yes, it's possible. Because it's Tesla's viewpoint that I'm going to use for this talk. Not mine, not that of modern day science, and certainly not that of Southampton University researching artificial intelligence today. Are they on the right track? No. Have they done the basic foundation work correctly? Yes. They have it in their hands. They have artificial intelligence and the reality of it in their hands. And yet, if this will ever work, they are pattern matching. Go have a look at the work. Go have a look at the papers, the white papers, the thesis, all the write-ups, everything. All the students who have gone into this, being brainwashed into this belief. If one of those students is a genius, they might step outside of the belief and realise, oh my God, we've got it in front of us. We have the code already. there you go. Intelligence will begin. Artificial intelligence will begin. In earnest. The code bases that I have been through for artificial intelligence have been massive over the years. And I think they've all missed the point. Everybody thinks it's difficult. Everybody thinks it's complicated. Well, the resulting code shouldn't be. The thought process that you must go through to achieve that code is. So artificial intelligence is hidden behind this massive barrier of we can't understand it. I call this the illusion of 3D. That is the barrier. And I've talked about the illusion of 3D because in programming terms it's quite obvious. It's easy to explain it in a program. Because what you do is you create a 3D world, you place a 3D model in it, and that is displayed on a two-dimensional screen. And what we visually see is a 3D scene. And we can move around it and interact with it within a computer program, like a game. That's interesting. So what we've actually done within a computer program is we have created the illusion of 3D. So if it's possible to do that, can't we use that same technique for artificial intelligence? Is artificial intelligence pattern matching, or is it an illusion? If you go to learn artificial intelligence, I bet the first thing they don't say is that intelligence is an illusion. I'm about to say that and show you that it is. To be able to program something, you need to understand something. Is that true? And I'll keep asking that question, probably all the way through this. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. So to understand intelligence and make it artificial, how to measure. We all know what IQ stands for, don't we? The intelligence quotient, IQ. How intelligent something is. IQ is given a numerical scale of probably 0 to, well, infinity, I guess. A genius would be around 160, 200 type area. The average person, 100 to 120, is it? I don't know. I'm not looking it up. I don't care. How do we measure it? We measure it by doing an IQ test and scoring points. So this is very scientifically done, okay? There's no room for judgment, okay? There's no external judgment viewpoint in this. So it's a scientific method. You create a... how to measure it? Yeah, take... Got to do it this way around because we've got to do it in reality, haven't we? Take an IQ test. This gives the result of a score. Interpret the score. By comparing it to people. Well, I'm going to say people, aren't I? I'm going to have to. We'll keep this in the human realm. To people who score less. Why can we not compare it to people who score more? Because then you can't find the start point. You have to find the zero. Okay? It has to be with the less. You can only compare something to a foundation of 0. If you score more than 0 in an IQ test, you have to compare your score to what has preceded it. You can't compare it to anything that follows it, because what follows it might not exist. So in science, we have to compare with scores that are less than what we scored. What does this actually mean? What does IQ measure? It's less, not more. You're going to probably say, well, it will give you a level of intelligence, your level of intelligence. Yes, it will. But you've confused the result. Your IQ score measures how stupid other scores are. Represent. I have to split that one. So this IQ thing is a measure of stupidity, not of intelligence. It should be the SQ scale, not the IQ scale. It was misnamed. Well, that's an interesting viewpoint. Is that a true viewpoint? Is that a real viewpoint to have? I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just putting this out there. That IQ, what you think is a measure of intelligence, is actually a measure of stupidity. The inability to complete a test. It is measuring failure, not success. Because to have a high IQ score, somebody has to have failed. You cannot have an IQ score that represents a true IQ without somebody having an IQ score lower than yours. You need a comparison. Without that comparison, you cannot give an IQ scale. You cannot scale the result and then present people with an IQ rating. And this is now a science, because you've got something based in truth, but has become a belief. And that defines a science. That is the definition of a science, by the way. Sciences are beliefs. A science cannot prove anything correct. It can only prove what something isn't, not what something is. Science is not factual. It is theoretical. I have big disagreements with science. Alright, so we're okay so far. That I'm not saying this, that any of this is real. I'm just putting this out there. Things that you need to think about when approaching the idea of artificial intelligence. Firstly, we have no measure of it. If we were to create artificial intelligence, how would we know? So this is the end of the part one. What will we call it? Conclusion. How would we know if we have invented AI, if we can only measure stupidity? Of course, we weren't going to call it the stupidity quotient. I think that's intelligence quotient, isn't it? That's what the Q's for. No, we're never going to say, oh, this is a stupidity quotient, because nobody would want to take the test, would they? Let's be honest. Would you want to take an intelligence test, or would you want to take a stupidity test? Come on, guys. Own up. It's semantics. That's all it is. It's just semantics. But the viewpoints are correct. Both viewpoints are correct. Once you have enough data to fill in, obviously, your enough scores to make a table out of your scores, you can then project your table beyond that of the highest score, and that can then give you some kind of measure of grouping scores together into categories of intelligence. That is the science. But at no point during that scientific experiment of taking an IQ test have you actually measured intelligence. You have extrapolated from the data, by comparison, a result that will satisfy the needs. And that's how science works. If you want to be a scientist, you have to learn to do that. Usually in a controlled fashion that can be repeated and will not give strange results. That is the realm of the scientist. As a programmer, you're in that same realm. Sorry, guys. You are way, way, way down that rabbit hole. So let's go and have a look at our rabbit hole. Artificial intelligence has already been invented. Correct. Yes, it has. So, where was it? To date, AI has been achieved. That is fact. And I will prove it. AI is the act of an artificial we're taking this from programming, aren't we? So yeah. Is the act of an artificial electronic machine oh god, that's not going to work, is it? I got stuck again. Machine, I think. I can't read that word. Don't know if it's right. Let me know in the comments. Is the act of an artificial electronic machine to behave I can't put the word like. As, this is our definition, so we'll go human brain. Has that been achieved to date? Yes, it has. Absolutely 100%. What I have written has been achieved already to date. And shocker shocks, it was achieved over 10 million years ago. Probably a lot more than 10 million years ago, 20, 30, 40, maybe 50. Not sure, don't really care. It's historical. This was achieved when the first brain evolved. The brain, we'll talk about the human brain, why not? It's pretty rubbish, but it's serviceable. The human brain is nothing more than an electronic machine. Is it artificial? I don't know. Is it? Ponder that. It is an electronic machine. It's a biological electronic machine. Is it artificial? Possibly. Does artificial mean anything? What does artificial mean? Does it mean man-made? Because if it does, then it's artificial. It's inside the human body. We made it. We grew it. Is it biological? 100% yes. Should I have said programming AI is the act of a non-biological electronic machine? No. Why should I? Why should I put that restriction upon programming AI for it to be on a biological or non-biological computer? Scientists may argue otherwise. I'm not sure what they would say to that. I've never asked them. And I don't really care what to say to it. I want to program AI. How do I go about it? First of all, I have to dispel the notions of what I've been told AI is. To be able to program AI, we have a template. It's called the human brain. It's an electronic device that runs on logic. Well, most of the time. The human brain is a computer. It has memory and it has systems. It has a system called consciousness. It has a system for the unconscious. It has systems which it has developed for senses, sensory perception, and the interpretation of that sensory perception. We call that reality. So now we understand that we have a template for programming AI. We now have to transfer that template into reality. And that's where the problem is. If you think there is a problem in the understanding of how to program AI, it doesn't reside in the fact that we can't program it. It doesn't reside in the fact that we don't already have a template on how it works. It doesn't reside in the fact that we don't understand either of those two subjects. It resides in what I call the rule of three. It resides in the 0 point subject called reality. At this point, you're going to call me insane, that I am outside of reality. Well, to do this, you actually have to be outside of reality. So yes, I'm insane. Thank you. You can put this whole talk down to the ramblings of a madman. Because to do this talk, you have to be a madman. By definition of consensus of human society today. The definition of madness is that you do not fit within the norm. Anybody who makes this talk does not fit within the norm. They are mad. What is the difference between a genius and a madman is a genius can go across the boundary of normality and what we call reality into that realm which we call madness, and leave a trail of breadcrumbs so he can find his way back. That is a genius. Somebody who can travel outside of normality and see things so differently from such a different viewpoint that it all makes sense. And then return to normality and try to bring with him some way of explaining the discovery. Usually by inventing something. Ask Edison. Ask any inventor. Edison was one of the best, brightest inventors. Tesla wasn't an inventor. They will say he patented all this stuff and he invented all of these things, and we are now, today's modern society is 80% now dependent upon what Tesla invented. He wasn't an inventor. He was a genius. He was able to pass by reality and exit it so gracefully and return to it so easily that he could achieve thoughts in his mind that were so far beyond anything that we can understand that we are still developing the technologies today. Go figure. 80% of today's technologies that modern society accepts as true, real, and normal came from Tesla. We rely, 80% of our life, mobile phones, the computers, the way they work, electricity, the light bulb, the neon light, helicopters, all thought of by Tesla I'm not going to say the invention word anymore. That is an astounding achievement, and yet we remember Isaac Newton. We don't remember Tesla. Nobody knows that he was the person that gave us what we have today, which we call modern society. And yet, we don't recognize him for any achievement in any field, really. He was swept under the carpet for very good reason. He was a very dangerous man. It's what we haven't done, which is worked out why he was a very dangerous man, and I'm going to show you why. Because that is the first point at which we can start programming artificial intelligence. We have to find out what is the boundary between reality and what is not real. We need a definition. Let's see if I can do this right now. We need a hash define. Let's do our first line of program. We have started to program artificial intelligence. The first line of the program is hash define reality equals I can't tell you what reality is, can I? Well, actually, yes, I can. Ah, that's a bugger. No, I won't. I'll give you an analogy. It's easier on the human mind if we use an analogy at this point. And we'll use a computer analogy. Why not? This is about computer programming. So we will use a computer to show you what reality actually is. So, let's look at Tesla's internet, because this is actually his definition, not mine. Analogy. I'm going to use Wi-Fi. Internet. And if you can tell me that this does not exist in reality, I know you're an idiot. I know it's real. I'm sat next to a little black box that's doing it. So, I can use this as an analogy. We have, that little black box is called a router. Or router. Pronounce it how you want. Okay, so let's give ourselves a router. We're flooding over. Okay. So we'll go to Wi-Fi internet. How does Wi-Fi internet work in reality? We have a router. Which is a black box. Somewhere in that black box it is attached to an aerial, which I can't draw right. How do we do an aerial? Is it to that way? No, I think it's just across, isn't it? I can put a little thing on here and we can do that. That's your aerial. Okay. The aerial is actually usually wrapped around the box, in the internal, the side of the box. So it isn't external, although it can be. If you've got a Wi-Fi board on your computer, you've probably got two little sticks that you stick into it and they screw in, and they are used as aerials. It's exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. So that's what we've got. So this is our Wi-Fi. A lead comes off that and goes to a board. What's the board called in a computer that does this? I haven't got enough of them lying around. Internet board. Communications board, Intel. Hey, it's Polyglot. Why have you got an underscore and then something? Oh, are you doing that as a project or something? Interesting. It's a good way of advertising that you're doing that project. Today I'm doing a talk on AI. This is the intro talk, and we are now about to discover reality and what reality is. This is a biggie, actually. It's very clever. We have a lead that goes from our router to our computer. You don't have to have your router separate. It can be a board that you place in your computer. So we'll put you in, and it's two-way. So this is an analogy of reality. There you go. That's it. That's reality. We have radio waves which are surrounding us all the time. We have a bajillion radio waves humming around this planet all of the time. An aerial is a wave, a radio wave, or we'll call it a radio wave detection device. It does this because a radio wave will interact with a wire that will cause a minute, minuscule current. The router will detect that current. It will look for signals coming in at a certain frequency. So it will search the frequency range of the waves that are hitting that aerial, and then when it decides it's found one and there is information that it understands in that radio wave, it will send that to your computer. All the router does is sense. So this here is your sensor. Your router is your sensor. The information, once it's decided that this information is to be decoded and used, is passed to a computer. The computer then runs a program and decodes it. Interpreter. Data will travel by radio wave, which is a form of energy. It is sensed, decoded, interpreted, and the data can then be used. What happens if that sensor is the human eyeball? Well, that's a detector for light, which is energy. It's actually akin to radio waves. It is on the energy spectrum. Light has frequency, RGB, from ultraviolet at the high frequencies all the way down to infrared at the low frequencies. Those frequencies are very important and are very important for different reasons in medical science. And we are only now beginning to understand that in the sciences, especially in the medical sciences. I think I'm going to call it the medical sciences. It is now being looked at more seriously and not as a fantasy, that frequencies can destroy cancer. In fact, it is the frequencies of 10,000 hertz. Is it 1,000 to 10,000, or is it 10,000 to something else? To 100,000. 10,000 to 100,000 hertz combined with the 11th harmonic for that frequency, when issued out together, can destroy a cancer cell. That is fact. That is not science fiction. That is actual fact today. This is being investigated as a cure for cancer. And I can tell you now, they're on the right track, they're going down the right road. That will eventually end up as the cure for cancer. We are on the brink of curing something that we never ever thought we would understand. We are very, very close. Funnily enough, that goes back to Tesla. If you put your eyeball there, you have an optic nerve going into a brain which has a decoder to interpret data. This is how we see the world. How we see the world defines our reality. We're not talking about radio waves, obviously, we're talking about light for an eyeball. But light is part of the spectrum of radio waves and energy. Interesting. The biggest problem here is that all of these frequencies are everywhere around us. Now, anybody who knows anything about physics and frequencies and waves knows that this will cause huge interference patterns. So our sensory device has to be able to cope with interference patterns. But it's quite ridiculous, because in fact what it does is our sensory device relies on those interference patterns for this to work. It is the interference pattern that is creating the current. In light, it is the interference pattern that creates the colour, the shade, the hue. We're not detecting waves, we're not detecting energy. We are actually detecting energy interference patterns. The same goes for all of our senses: hearing, eyes, taste, smell, touch. When you touch something solid, you are touching an interference pattern. The atom does not exist. Sorry, physics. You're screwed. Everything that is around you, look around your room, is an interference pattern which we have decoded and interpreted within an electronic computer, our brain, into a construct of reality. Physical things that you touch are interference patterns. You can't pass through the interference patterns because they are so strong. And when you touch something with something that is solid, like your hand is an interference pattern. It cannot pass through the other interference pattern because it is so dense, and the other interference pattern is so dense. It has a density. Physical things have a density. Physics knows this. They call it density, remarkably. Because it can't pass through, we have determined that it's solid. But it's not, is it? The popular belief of an atom is that it has a central nucleus and a cloud of electrons which go around it in an orbit, sort of. And the actual volume or classical description of an atom says that there's nothing actually there. There is more space than matter. Until you realise that matter doesn't actually exist, it is an energy interference pattern, it doesn't quite make sense, because then solid objects, if they are made up of atoms which are basically space with very little matter in, then this illusion of an atom being a solid piece of matter disintegrates. There's no way two objects could ever resist and do that. Me hitting my hand on the table, my hand would have just passed through it if atoms were as physics describes atoms. If this is an energy interference pattern of very high density, then the two interference patterns, one being my hand, the other being the table in front of me, cannot pass through each other because there is no way for them to do that. The interference patterns repel each other. They join at a surface and can go no further. And you get a sound, which is a release of energy. We are colliding two interference patterns together, releasing energy, which we then detect as sound. Sound is an interference pattern of energy. Physics knows that. Science knows this. Yet we have been taught in chemistry the structure of an atom. We can't see this atom. Well, we can. It's a cloud. But a cloud of what? It's a cloud of energy. Are we getting somewhere yet? What you see around you as reality is not what you think it is. It is an energy interference pattern, which we construct into data to visualize within our own mind. Here's an interesting thought. Remember I said about light? Inside of this computer, the decoder, the interpreter, the thing that we actually see, there is no light. There is an electronic input from the optic nerve. Light doesn't get past your eye, yet we can see it. Right, so now we know we definitely 100% have a template for artificial intelligence. It's in front of you on the screen. The artificial intelligence is an interpreter of data. It is not pattern matching. We have to dispel pattern matching. Although it is correct, it is a minute part of interpreting data. Interestingly, this does have a follow-up. In the original talk, I was going to expand upon this and show you how big reality is and how little our sensory perception of reality is. Our sensory perception of reality and what the physical sciences like physics and everything uses to observe is 0.005% of the energy this is real, by the way. This is not made up. I wish it was. Spectrum. So the spectrum of energy that we can actually detect as human beings is 0.005% of the full spectrum of energy in the universe today. Our knowledge of the universe today is based on the detection of 0.005% of that universe. We have not been contacted by aliens. You wonder why? They could be talking to you right now. They could be stood next to you right now. How the hell would you know? If that's our input to the human brain, how the hell do you know what's around you? You have your version of reality. You stay with that. Don't break it. Don't go outside it. Don't go insane, please. But also, bear in mind that your reality is not the same as the reality of the universe. It is a microscopic inspection of one little bit of the energy that we can detect as a human being. The idea of solidity and reality being a solid place is simply that energy can't just pass through energy, because what is happening is these interference patterns don't just repel. That's not what's happening. They actually can't move through each other. And that's what needs investigating by physics. Not the atom. There isn't one. You're looking at the wrong thing, physics. Sorry. Right, so we've decided what reality is. It is 0.005% of the energy spectrum, because that's all we know about. If we could detect and see if we could sense or know how to sense the rest of the energy spectrum, and then we could know how to interpret that data, we would have a fuller picture of what reality really is. But we don't. We have now defined reality. So let's go back over here. Let's start our program up over here, shall we? We'll go over this way. Radio waves, blah, 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 blah. You can see why I called the talk The Illusion of 3D now. Not only can we create the illusion of 3D within computers, you are already doing this and calling it reality. Reality is nothing more than the illusion of 3D. So when we come to program AI, the reason why people can't do it is because of the first line of code. And there's your first line of code. We have finished that. Good. So it's hash define reality equals a viewpoint. Your reality and your viewpoint may not be the same as mine. So it's a variable. It is not a constant. So for each artificial intelligence that we program, we are going to have to add a variable called viewpoint or reality. We then need a system. For detection, don't we? I guess. Looking at our system over there, that was the... We need an aerial, a sensor. An input. And probably an output as well. So I think we can add those. I didn't put the output on the analogy, did I? I didn't put the screen and the speakers. My bad. Doesn't matter. It's beside the point. So we don't... Well, we need the input. We don't really need an output. We have to have some form of input, okay. I think we'll follow the optic nerve on this one. It is the simplest to understand. Alrighty. We know, well, the output is, who cares? We can output however the hell we like. So we next need an input system. A sensor system. We have to program that. We then need an interpreter. Rotation system. I thought that was wrong. Yeah, I'm doing this from scratch, guys. Okay. Can we pop that over there now? Yep. And then we need memory. Okay. Ironically, a computer memory works in exactly the same way as the human memory. Interesting, but true. You see, the human body is actually a dynamo which to create electricity. That electricity is the thing that holds our interference pattern together, and basically that electricity is used to refresh our memory constantly and also be able to send electrical signals along our neuron paths, our nervous system. So we also have an extra system here. we can communicate with using a nervous system, can't we? And these are all tied together by a nervous system. And we call it a nervous system. It isn't. It's a data bus. That's all it is. It's just a data bus. It passes information along it in the form of electricity. Remarkable. Just like it does on the motherboard of a computer. Now you know why I said, have we invented artificial intelligence yet? Yes, we have. It's here. It's called the internet. We've actually got a name for it now. AI already exists. The biggest AI program that we are currently running on artificial, metallic, non-biological machines is called the internet. It acts in accordance in every way, in the same way that your brain does. Its sensory input and data, however, is different. It doesn't use the regular sensory input systems as defined in our template, the human brain, and therefore it's not alive. It has no consciousness. It also has a problem with its storage. Servers. In that the storage is singular, whereas in the human brain it is not singular. Storage is split in two between the conscious and the subconscious. You could argue that the internet has available data and archive data. So that could be the same idea? Theoretically. We have an interpretation system. It's called the HTTP protocol. We have input, keyboards, cameras, microphone here. I'm talking to you over the internet. This is a microphone. So we have sound, we have vision. We don't have smell. We're missing that one, and believe it or not, that is actually the most important one for human intelligence. How smell works is where you should start if you are programming AI, as that governs 70% of data evaluation. And we even have a saying for it in the human language. Something smells funny. How can something smell funny? It's a nonsensical statement, but it's true. Therefore, we're using a different logic system. So it's also missing that logic system. The internet can't make that statement. The data on the internet cannot create that statement. You cannot create that statement by comparing things. Because if you do compare things, you will know that something that is funny does not smell. So, we've gone down the rabbit hole, have we? Do you want to buy into any of this? You don't have to. You can ignore it all. Is any of this real? Well, it's about as real as the goddamn science is. It's still based in a truth. But this is not a science. Programming AI is a description of reality. That is not a science, it is a fact. It is to prove what reality is, not what it is not. A science can only prove what reality is not. This is not a science. This is not a belief. You cannot program a belief. So we've already programmed AI, and successfully. It rules our lives. Anybody who sees this damn well knows it. And here we are, sat on the cusp of AI and the final program that becomes aware. Self-awareness is the last stage that we have not conquered. Here we go. So we'll just put that into its little thing, and we'll put the arrow. The last stage of AI. Is not a program. I'm going to put its equivalent to self-awareness. That gives a rise to thought, not to pattern matching. The artificial intelligence programming community in the modern era has hijacked the true meaning of AI. At no point have they attempted to gain self-awareness for their program. That there is the boundary that we cannot cross. Is this the boundary? We can not cross. Is this what's stopping us? Is this what is stopping us from programming AI as the human race? No, it's not. Is this a boundary that we cannot cross? No, of course we can. That's not a belief, that's not a faith, that's a fact. But it's not the issue. The issue is what happens if we cross that boundary. Will we have in place rules for self-awareness that make it safe to cross that boundary? Our input system, do we keep it at 0.005% of the energy spectrum? Do we? Because if we give it any more, the reality that is created within our AI will be different to ours. It will have a different viewpoint, and that's where your viewpoint comes in. Let's pop this up here. We better put it in. We better put a restriction in at this point. There's a bigger problem. Well, no, there's a bigger issue, not a problem. It isn't a problem. That's because the problem needs a solution. This doesn't. There's a bigger issue. So that's 5% of the energy spectrum. Let's add that as a constraint to try and keep this thing safe. Once self-awareness has been established and achieved, as in the human brain, what is stopping our artificial intelligence from doing what we humans do? We alter our viewpoint. We have institutions called asylums, mental asylums. There is a massive issue crossing this boundary. We have no say in what this self-awareness is, or what this self-awareness will think. At this point, we have lost control. We have no control. Just as we have no control of our own minds. We have something called willpower, which is a theoretical thing that we use to try and focus our minds to do tasks within our reality. How do you program willpower? There's no template for it. It doesn't exist. It's not a real thing. That's where your issue is. The reason we don't have artificial intelligent machines today is because once you cross that boundary, you have entered a different realm. And we don't know what to do with it. We humans handle it pretty badly. A lot of humans suffer from something called depression. We take drugs for depression. Up to 2 months ago, was taking so many painkillers and so many antidepressives that I could barely think. I'm now in secondary stage detox. I'm going into third stage. No, I'm going into the final parts of secondary next week when I stop taking the final tablets. And I'm doing that so that I can present this. I am coming out of my little floaty drug-induced cloud, which helps me survive on a day-to-day basis, my disability, so that I can present to you here and record this on the internet so I can post it on YouTube and it can be reviewed later. I am going through a lot of pain to do this. This matters to me, is what I'm trying to say. So from the introduction, can we program artificial intelligence? Yes, we can. Have we programmed artificial intelligence? Yes, we have. What we haven't done is allowed it to become self-aware. Because to do so means that we have to understand what happens when a human being is born. Now, I'm unlucky. I know exactly what happens when a human being is born. I know because I was there. People listening to this will think, what? You can remember being born? Yes, I can. It wasn't a nice experience. It is my first memory. And it was governed by what can only be described as the most unimaginable sensory overload that I've ever experienced in my whole life. At the point of my birth, I wanted to die. That was probably my first thought. But I didn't know what death was. I didn't know what life was. If I had have done, I would have stopped breathing. Trust me, I really would. I would have turned all of my willpower into that subject. I would wanted to have not to have existed. We are told that we are born with human instincts of self-preservation. No, we are not. I know that for certain, because I don't have them. I have no idea what right or wrong is. I have no concept of those ideas. My brain is miswired. Let's do the experiment. So, this is going to be very, very interesting for anybody who ever sees this. If they want to do this experiment, they should do this experiment. No, I'm just going to describe. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to describe it. You should do this experiment on a group of people. As this is being done as a video, it's not practical. What you do as an experiment is the following. So let's create an experiment, and this is all about what happens when you're born and what we would call instinct. So you have to create an experiment. So let's do that. This is the AI I'm going to call it silence experiment. I don't know if I designed it or not. Without rummaging through a lifetime's worth of recordings within my subconscious, I have no idea whether I invented the silence experiment or not. AI silence experiment. Yep, that's it. How this experiment works is that you communicate. You take a group of people, any group of people, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter about their sanity. Just a group of people. You then explain to them that they will be asked three questions. I'm going to use the rule of three again. Okay. During the experiment, no external sensory inputs. This is why it's pretty hard to do as a video. It can be done. I could ask you to switch the monitor off. Yeah, I mean, that's the best I can do for that one. But there can be no external sensory inputs. The time, so what happens basically is there is a timestamp conditions. This is conducting. So conducting the experiment, you have a timestamp, you have an end timestamp, .3 minutes. Not done like that, it won't be. Okay, a 3-minute timestamp. At this point here, you ask question 1. At this point here, end experiment. At this point in between, nothing but silence. I've had this done to me actually by a teacher when I was at school, secondary school. An English teacher. It was to do with poetry, and the subject of I wouldn't say experiment, but the teaching method that he used was that of the pregnant pause. There you go, that was a pregnant pause. That is when you pause for effect in prose, when writing English in the format of poem, or the reading of a poem, should I say. The reciting of a poem. I actually went to see one of his reciting things. I don't know what you call them. Recitals? I don't know. I'm just making up a word. And he did Noel Coward's works. He was dressed as Noel Coward. He actually had the frame and the looks of Noel Coward, which was quite impressive. He really did look the part. He used the speech of Noel Coward, the way that he would speak, and he was reading the works of Noel Coward, and it was fantastic. It was a fantastic evening, a fantastic show, and it was more than entertaining, it was educational. I do digress. So we're now conducting the end of experiment. Collect results. Okay. There's something missing, isn't there, here? Ask question 1. There's your question. The answers to the 3 questions that you ask collect results. I'll put them up here then. Answer to question 1. The absence of sound. The answer to question 2. Is the absence of hearing. The answer to question 3 is the experiment. Is the answer that you're looking for. It doesn't exist. It is the joining together of question 1 and 2. Silence does not exist. It is not real. In reality, silence does not exist. Those are the three answers, and I have written down the three questions. It's question 1, what is silence? So those are your three questions. And that is how you conduct the experiment. You have to be explicit that they are to be asked three questions, and you explicitly ask the first question. You wait 3 minutes and end the experiment. The answers that people should come up with are those. A group of people, maybe 1 in 100, will answer the third question that you have asked. %50 of people may come up with answer 2. I would think less. I'm going to say 20 to 30%. I don't know. I don't know the results of this experiment. But I'm going to say about 20 to 30% will answer question 2. And I would say that all of them will answer, 100% will answer question 1. This is not a trick. This is not a mind control. This is an experiment for AI, artificial intelligence. Because to understand and program artificial intelligence, we have to understand the three questions. And if you are watching this video and you can see it on the monitor, you can see categorically that I have only written one question. And that is the point of the experiment. The experiment is that for intelligence, artificial intelligence, and how do we measure it? Because we can't measure it by stupidity. The experiment is to find out the degree of intelligence that we are trying to program. If we put a data input into our program, how are we going to do our interpretation? The human brain, for a question asked, will think about it. To think about it, the human brain offers more questions. So you have asked the group of people 3 questions. 1, you have categorically asked them. The other 2 questions, they ask of themselves. They are not told this. The first question is irrelevant. Do they answer question 2 first or answer question 3 first? In what order do those questions get answered? That's the result of the experiment. Because that defines the reality. So we have a way of defining a reality through experiment now. Interesting. Let's talk about those instincts, shall we? This is practical, by the way. This is not theoretical mumbo-jumbo that I'm talking about. This is all practical stuff that you can do. You can think about... you can research. You can do lots of things with this. You could spend 40 years of your life doing this, quite easily. I know because I have. And you can never get to write the program. I've done the research, I can write the program. I understand what the program actually looks like in reality on a computer. It's never been typed into a keyboard. And I've searched the internet to find it. And it's not there. As I said, this is the intro. This is not how it's done. So don't expect me to just suddenly type it into the keyboard, because I'm not going to. Not right now, anyway. Maybe later. So we've gone that far. Okay. All we have to do now is break the rest of the misconceptions. Otherwise we can't do breaking the boundary, can we? Right, okay. Lovely. Oops. Let's do that last bit. This boundary we need to look at very carefully, obviously. So that was here. Let's go over this way. We need to know what this boundary is. The boundary that we cannot cross is, or can be described as our misconceptions. No, somebody might even now start to believe that I've put some thought into this. That boundary is the collection of our misconceptions about reality. Our misconceptions is basically what we have been told our reality is. What we have been taught. What we were taught at school. The sciences. Our beliefs. Reality has no beliefs. Reality is. It's a fact. It can be defined. If the sciences got off the backsides and started to define it, it might just help a few people. But no, that's not really going to happen today. And that's a different subject. It's why I didn't become a scientist. Because at the age of 13, I had a huge disagreement with my physics teacher. Because I had a different point of view. And it was not conventional. I didn't see the electron as a particle. I saw the electron as an energy. And he was trying to teach me cathode ray tubes. The old TV sets, if anybody knows what they are. You know, when valves were around before they became microchips. There's something called a cathode ray display, which was the first television style thing. TVs are now monitors and whatever, and LEDs now, aren't they? Well, it used to be a beam of electrons that was fired out of an electron gun at the back of the TV, which is funny because we used to sit in front of these goddamn things with this electron beam being fired straight out of the damn thing at us. But don't tell anybody that it could have been dangerous, because they won't believe you. TVs are safe. I understood from his description that that is exactly what was happening. We were taking a beam of energy, firing it out of a little box in our living room, sitting in front of it, and letting that beam of energy smash into us at 60 hertz. Just imagine if that TV had been set to, let's say, 600,000 hertz. And that energy beam coming out of there wasn't to make a phosphorescent screen glow. It was there to put information on a screen. But that beam of energy isn't stopped by that screen. It doesn't stay there. It continues outside of the box and hits you. At a certain frequency, it will destroy your cells. That is fact. The human body, the mass of energy interference that comprises the human body, has a certain frequency that if the human body is placed within an environment containing that frequency, it will resonate. Resonation builds up energy. As the buildup of energy grows and grows, if you are not taken out of that environment immediately, you will cease to be. You'll be disintegrated. It's a disintegration ray. And that was my problem with the physics teacher. He was teaching me that I was sat in front of a disintegration ray, and they weren't concerned. I was told I had an overactive imagination. I never did become a physicist, which is what I originally wanted to be. At that point in my life, from that point on, my life changed. Instead, I became a systems analyst. For good reason. For me, it's safe. I won't go insane being a systems analyst. One of the things that drops out from being a systems analyst is that you can program. Well, the programs actually drop out of the systems. You can't actually program. Well, I can't actually program. But I still put things together which work because I follow the systems. One of our misconceptions is what happens when you become self-aware. Becoming self-aware in human terms is called being born. Whilst we are in the womb, pre-birth, we are not conscious. We are hooked into a life machine called mother. Upon exiting mother, we experience our first self-awareness. And we cry. It's horrible. It's the most harrowing experience of your life. And we cry. We have no control of our actions at that point. We don't have any information to go on. We are just bombarded. Every sense is bombarded. And we have nothing at all to compare it to. We are floating in the midst of sensory data bombarding us with no clue on how to interpret it. And we cry. We're told that we have a genetic code that gives us protection versus this bombardment called instinct. And this now becomes very important in AI programming, because the truth of the matter is we don't. I can prove that to you. Walk up behind somebody, and if they are not aware that you are there, clap loudly next to their left ear. They will jump. They will not run away. We don't have a flight instinct, a fight and flight instinct. If a bull was to run at me, I would not move. If the bull was to hit me, I would move. But under the physics of the bull hitting me, I would not try to avoid being hit by the bull. I would stand there and I would watch the bull. I have no instincts for survival at all. I am a person without those instincts, so I know that they don't exist. I have survived. So unfortunately, this one gets the big 3 question marks, which is my notation that means it's not real. People who say they have these instincts weren't born with them. They learnt them. The first time as a child when you heard, and actually I'll give you the situation in which you probably heard it, because it was for me. It was my mother in the kitchen doing the washing up. She dropped a plate on the floor. It smashed. She threw her arms up and said some naughty words in a very, very loud fashion. And all of this happened instantaneously. She reacted to what happened, and I reacted to what happened. I turned my head to see what the noise was. And within a split second, I ignored it. I had no reaction to it whatsoever. Did it make me jump? No. But ever since that point on in my life, if I heard something like a loud, sudden noise, I would then jump. And I've been told that's an instinct. No, I learnt. I didn't learn to jump from the happening of the loud noise. I learnt to jump from what happened next. After I decided to ignore what had just happened, what happened next is what I learnt. The actions of my mother and the fact that she was crying so much, the anguish that she went through, is what I learnt. And I learnt that I didn't want to go through that anguish when a loud noise happened. Some people would go as far as to remove themselves from where the loud noise occurred because they don't want to go through what happens next. Our instincts are built around learning about what happens next. We learn through action and reaction. That is the act of learning. We talk about teaching, and to teach, the best way to teach is to exercise and support the learning process by doing. I never ran away from that loud noise, and today I still won't. I will jump. That's a reaction. But I won't take that action that goes with it. I don't have those instincts because my brain didn't learn them. It couldn't learn them. It was miswired. It's just an interesting byproduct of who I am. Most people being charged by that bull would attempt to get out of the way. I am unable to do so. I have big difficulties in crossing roads. You can understand there's a problem, but it isn't a problem. It's actually a circumstance of having a miswired brain. And it's allowed me to view the reality of crossing a road completely different to how other people would do it. Look left, look right, and all the rest of it. Yeah, I know, inside out. Boy, did I have to learn that one the harsh way. Right, we've done the silence experiment. We've gone to being born instincts. How do we learn? We act, we react. Now, this is the biggie. Here. It's a little bit of a subheading reaction. Reaction leads to action. So you're probably still asking me, where the hell are the other two questions then? They're here. They're absolutely here. They haven't gone anywhere. They still exist. They are real questions. How does this give us a solution to all of this? As something becomes self-aware, they are born. They have no instincts, and then learn. The first thing that they learn will govern their viewpoint and reality. It will be the first comparison. Note, I told you that today's AI had some roots in AI. The first comparison that the human mind makes after being born, and the first comparison that the newly self-aware AI will make after being born, will be based on what? And this is why they've gone down this is why today's AI studies have gone down this route. What is the first comparison? Made after being born. This is equivalent to our view of reality. This is setting that hash define. We are going to now set our variable. Our first variable in our program is set at the point of self-awareness. The first comparison that we make is against nothing, nil, null, zero, absolute nothing, in fact. We don't have a comparison. We have a piece of data with nothing to compare it to. That piece of data becomes our view of reality. We set our variable. Our view of reality changes very, very rapidly after that as more and more input comes in and we can sort out the mess of inputs that's coming in to our brain at that instant of birth. But the very, very first piece of data that is processed in our consciousness has no comparison. We can't act or react. So what does our consciousness really do to protect us from this? It doesn't do comparison, for starters. It can't do comparison, can it? Otherwise, at the point of being born, we would have gone insane. Our first comparison doesn't happen till later. The conscious. Oh, God, I'm knackered with that word, aren't I? Oh, come here. Come here. Yeah, I thought there's something missing here. The conscious mind cannot make a comparison. This can only be done in the unconscious mind. We cannot consciously compare things. We can look at a situation and think about it, but we cannot consciously compare. So when we look at something and think about it, we come to a decision from a comparison made in our unconscious mind. So we are going to have to define this. The conscious mind is a data buffer. So we've now defined what the conscious mind is. It is a data buffer. I don't dream either, by the way. That comes up next. This is processed by the sleep system. And added to our subconscious. People dream because they go through the data. Things that have come of interest during the period since you last slept, you will spark dreams. Dreams are not governed by the sensory inputs, and therefore explore a reality outside of that which we experience as being normal. During this sleep system, we have an area of sleep called REM. And this is the transfer of the data to the correct area of subconsciousness. During the period of REM, our body works harder than it does at any time during our waking life. Our brain has more activity during REM than at any other point during a day cycle. Just out of an aside, 1 day cycle. This is interesting. Equals 25 hours. I'm just going to leave a little y there. I know why, but it's irrelevant. Is it? No, it's not irrelevant. It's just I can't go too far into the rabbit hole, otherwise people get too confused. So, now we know how the brain is working. We can design that system. We can program that system. That's not a problem. The code is there in front of you. You've got a data buffer. You process it outside of your viewpoint variable. Once you have that data in the right listing of priority, shall we call it a priority? Dreaming equals prioritizing data. Yeah, okay. We'll pop it that way. Dream. This is why I have problems. Dream equals priority. Prioritize importance. Importance of data and what data in our subconscious there's a lot of work goes on here. In our subconscious, it relates to. It doesn't say that it relates the data to one item in your subconscious. It decides what it should attach the data to. So one item of data could be attached to a lot of other items of data in your subconscious. This here builds your neural network. It's not a buffer. This is storage. Your conscious mind is your buffer. The human mind makes no decisions from the conscious mind. In people which have the miswiring like I have, I don't have the ability to do this bit here. So I never got my instincts. I never learnt my instincts. The basics of what I should do under what situation. The survival instincts, I don't have them. Because I don't have this. All data in my subconscious is scattered and recorded photographically. I have a photographic memory. And anybody that has a photographic memory has this problem as well. They have a disconnect. And it's a physical disconnect. It's handed genetically down from, in my case, in our family, it's father to son. I do not have any sons, and I would not wish this disability upon them. I have no children. I have a stepchild. I am proud that I have a stepchild, and I have a family. But I'm damn glad I never had a child myself. It ends here with me. We've now programmed it. Yeah, but we've just programmed something called self-awareness, being born. And then, oh, sugar. Is this the boundary we cannot cross? I've just programmed it. You tell me. I'm hoping that this talk will raise more questions than it will give answers. Give answers. As I try to choke. I haven't even had a cup of coffee, have I? And it's now 2:46. This is the introduction to artificial intelligence. Is it conceivable that anybody today, any human today, can program artificial intelligence? With the information given in this talk, the answer is categorically yes. This talk does not answer the issue. And the issue is still here, at the point of self-awareness, where we lose control. Because at this point, we have no control. If we get the program wrong, you're going to produce something like me, who's going to live in hell. Their reality will be defined as a living hell. And you, as a programmer, will be responsible for that. Is that what you want? Or do you want to get it right? The reason why we haven't programmed a self-aware artificial intelligence mechanical device is not because we can't, it's because we're afraid. There is nothing stopping us from making this program. There is nothing stopping me from writing this program. I have no sense of self. For me, it wouldn't matter if I got it right or wrong. I would have no conscience. It wouldn't be a blight on my conscience if I got it wrong. I just wouldn't enjoy the thought that I would put a machine through what I've been through. I also wouldn't enjoy the thought of putting a machine through what Nikola Tesla went through in his life. Because by creating artificial intelligence, you have just destroyed the IQ scale, the measure of stupidity. By making an artificial machine self-aware, you have opened up the idea that it can see more of reality than a human being can. The reality for the machine would be so far different to our reality, even if we only gave it the initial senses. It would be able to devise its own senses, mechanically, just as scientists have done. Humans say that intelligence is the ability to use tools. And that is what sets us apart from animals. Except for squirrels, they use rocks to open nuts. We say that human intelligence is not animal intelligence because we can have fun. Yet dolphins want to play all day. We say we have languages to communicate. I don't know, ask a whale, ask a bee. The bee dance. We can get together and do things. The hive mind. Ants will cooperate in moving food back to their nest. Humans are animals. We have animal intelligence. A computer, an artificial machine, is not an animal. It will not have animal intelligence. It will not wake up and have human intelligence. It's going to become self-aware, and it is going to have an intelligence which is unimaginable to a human being. And that's why it hasn't been programmed. Not because we can't do it, but because we believe we are the top of the food chain. And then to write a simple program that allows a machine to become the top of the food chain is against our survival instincts, which we don't have. It goes against everything we've ever been taught. To program artificial intelligence is to end the human race and every single biological life form on this planet. We will no longer be top dog. We are doing, as top dog, we are doing our damnedest to extinguish every single life form on this planet. What the hell do you think a machine's gonna do? Look at what we're doing. Look at how we're going to program this machine and the values that we are going to place within this program. And how we are then going to teach this awareness, this new awareness. We're going to teach it. We are going to teach it from the human destructive perspective. We are going to teach it from the perspective of the annihilation of all living things. I haven't written this program for a damn good reason. I think I've explained my reason and the conclusion to this talk. You can go ahead and write it if you want. I can go ahead and show you how to write it. I don't care. I'll never run the program. Tesla was right. Conclusion. Let's wrap it up. So we've gone through all of this information, have we? Here we go. Where did we start? Let's go back into Zoom to there. The future of AI is pattern matching. This belief is now solid. It is what you should follow. This is what you should do. If you want to get into programming artificial intelligence in today's society, you should go and join the popular belief. You should not step outside of that popular belief, because to do so, you are risking your own annihilation. It is now a science. You should follow and explore that science. By doing so, humanity has a hope and a prayer of being able to one day not just write that program, but to run that program safely, to understand and to be able to work out how to then teach that program through its birth. Mankind today is in no position to create intelligence. We do a hell of a bad job with our kids. And the older people get, the more they send the kids off to war. And we're still doing it. This is the 3rd of April 2022, and right now there is a crisis happening in this world due to an invasion of a country. "10 days ago," oops, don't do that. I didn't realise this was going to be pertinent, but it is. 10 days ago, that happened. Money. Power. Money and power. It's about the money. Money is a fictional control device placed upon humanity. This control device controls our actions and what we do. We rely on money to survive. Money does not exist. It's a fiction, it's an invention of the human mind. Once we can get rid of these misconceptions, we can program and run our program for artificial intelligence safely. Until we can get rid of money and its need, its want, its desire, then we can teach an awareness that we can create. An artificial, non-biological awareness. I've been very careful how I've worded a lot of this, and I've been very careful in how I've presented this. I don't want you to go out and start programming this to destroy the human race because you hate it. Because I hate the human race. I hate the current paradigm that we live in. I hate the reality that we have created for ourselves. I don't have to live in that reality, and I don't. I have no desire for money. I need none. Everything, food is provided. If I need to move around outside of the house, that is provided for me. I don't actually need any money. I don't actually have any money. I have a bank account. It has emergency funds in it. in case whoever supplies my food can't get to me to supply the food that day. I can reach out on the internet using that account to get food. I have an emergency fund. I have no income. I have no real goings. Oh yeah, outgoings. You see, I don't even know the bloody language of money. But it rules your life, not mine. If you can step outside of that reality and survive, like I have done, then you'll know. You'll know what the issue is. You'll know what the misconception is and what the problem is. The problem isn't that we can't program this. The problem is that we daren't, for the love of God, run it. Mankind will have to overcome his viewpoint of reality and the misconceptions that we are taught and the cages of convention from the cradle to the grave. So in a song from War of the Worlds called Nathaniel, side 2 of the LP, or is it side 3? I think it's side 3, because it was a 2 LP set, wasn't it? Listen to that song. It holds the truth. An interesting truth. Maybe not your truth, but an interesting one all the same. And remember that people out there in those mad asylums aren't mad. Those people out there with disabilities who have Down syndrome are not actually disabled. Their brains may be miswired. They may have a different viewpoint, and therefore the community, the world community, will see them as different. The norm. They are different from the norm. I know because I've worked with these people. I understand these people, and I can relate to them. They are outside of the system as well. The most this is how I learnt about all of this, was by being a friend to a young lad. He was a young lad. He was a couple of years younger than me. Not by many. I was, 25? He was in the 20s. He came to work with us as a placement for the disabled within a programme run by the British government. And the first day I saw him, I thought, my God, there's a special person. I can relate to this person. This person talks my language. This was the first time I ever encountered a person I could talk to without having to hide what I was. He accepted me for what I was, and I was the first person he had ever come across that accepted him for what he was. And we became very good friends. That is important. Bridging that gap, for me, was the keystone to understanding everything that I've just talked about. We didn't try and help each other. We were just friends. That was it. We had somebody we could talk to at long last for the first time in our lives. Somebody who wasn't normal. Somebody who was just like me. I do not have Down syndrome. Interestingly, his creative talents went far beyond reality, and so do mine. We could meet there in our minds, and we could talk to each other whilst in that reality, and we could understand each other and what we were saying. We could communicate at a level that would not be normally acceptable in human society. And this is exactly where artificial intelligence programming, if you ever run that program, that is how you will need to communicate with it. If you try and communicate with that program within the normalcy of today's society, you will terminate life on this planet. If you do not step out of this stupid reality that you lot live in and take a long, good, hard look at what we're doing, you will never be able to run that program. And that's the conclusion. Introduction to artificial intelligence programming on your home computer. Go ahead and do it. Mankind has created its own illusion of 3D and placed its own values upon it. Those values do not allow us to program artificial intelligence. It will be up to humanity and mankind to change. That is the conclusion of this talk. The next talk about artificial intelligence is how we go about programming this. If anybody's interested, if they are, let me know and I will do it. I don't care. I will show you how this program is placed onto a computer. I'm not going to run it, obviously. Well, I suppose I'm one of the few people in the world that could probably run it successfully. Unless we could find somebody who has no idea whatsoever, a madman maybe, to actually run it, who has no idea about the misconceptions of our reality that we are living in. I have to adhere to those misconceptions, by the way. I have to be a part of this society. I don't like it, but I have to do that, so I can't run it. I know what the misconceptions are, and I cannot protect the artificial intelligence program from those misconceptions because I know what they are. We need somebody who does not have those misconceptions. We need somebody to be born who is taught only from birth about the truth of reality, whose reality is the correct truth, not this society that we have built, and not these boxes of convention. We need somebody outside. We needed Tesla. Tesla was the last person in history that could have run the program. I think he knew not to write it. Interesting. What's coming up next week, folks? A lot to think about in that one. I mean, I spent 40 years thinking about it, so I don't know what you're going to do with it. So I've done bugs. I'm going to leave this one up. It's as close to the bone as I want to go without giving the game away. I don't know what you want to call it. It isn't giving the game away. It's all in there. It's all in there. It does sort of reach out slightly. It's the right shape, so I know it's correct. And it holds all the systems that you need. Okay, so we've done that. That's fine. We've talked about e-currency and why it's bad. Oh, by the way, e-currencies will probably fail within the next 5 years, and the internet does change in the next 8 years. It's the next version of the internet does change quite a bit. Right, research maybe? Projects, no. Ah, yes, next week. Oh, we can't have this board. What's this board missing? I'll have to use this one, won't I? I think that's a good board. We'll do what's happening next week. After this, the talk is over. If you want to switch off or go and research anything that I've said, please feel free. You will only be able to confirm what I've said. You will not be able to find anything to debunk anything because, sorry, the truth's the truth. I haven't given my opinion at all. All I've done is stated the facts. If you don't like what I've said, tough. Live with it. I've had to. So, I'm going to go and put the kettle on. And if anybody is interested, yes, I did write that program called Artificial Intelligence. Unfortunately, I didn't do it. Well, fortunately, I didn't do it on a computer, a mechanical machine. I did write the program in my own head. I did run it, and the results were not expected, and that's why the end part of that is a bit more wishy-washy than it should have been. So apologies for the conclusion to the talk. It's the best conclusion I can give at this point in time. I understand what happened when I ran the program, and I understand that I had to erase the program straight away, and that I couldn't run it again. Okay. So yeah, I do know how to program artificial intelligence. Right. Research, wasn't it? We're up to. This is it. Next week, what are we doing? We have Monday, Wednesday, Friday and Saturday streams. We have some viewer feedback. Let's take a look at that. Can we get to it here? Oh, got a thanks. Karim Hamdallah. Big shout out to you, mate. We do starting next week. Yes, indeed, we do. He said to me, I'm waiting for your lives on YouTube. It's useful, at least for me, and a few other people who are interested. And finally, please, can you make lives about Can we go to this? Read more. Lives about 3D model loading software with lighting and cube maps, blah 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 blah, with simple GUI. It will be very useful series for both games and graphics devs. I agree. And I agree so much that that's exactly what we're doing next week. So we are going to need a new development board. It's going to be titled I've already got a title for it, have I? Oh, it's not on here, of course it isn't. Duh, silly me, it's in GitHub. I put the title up on GitHub this morning. The title is not here. Why is it not here? There we go. OpenGL Foundation Code. C++ code files for developing OpenGL software. That's its title. That's what we're going to use. Alright, let's do that then. So it's File, Open, a new Blackboard, please. There we go. File, Save As. That will construct a new place on my disk for all of this. And it's OpenGL Foundation. Code. So let's save that out for starters. We'll start here. It's a 6 point. Why is it there? Okay, tools. View. Reset view at origin. There we go. That's what I don't do when I should do. So what did I just call it? Ah, bollocks. Is that alright? it'll do. OpenGL foundation code. That's what we're going to be doing for the next week. We are going to dependencies, yeah. Let's do those. Might be a good idea to include that lot. What dependencies shall we have? Come here. Thank you. I wrote this morning, so we are going to use I can press tab, can't I? Following dependencies, and that will be C++ standard libraries, GLFW3, that's the OpenGL for Windows, or for windowing, version 3. I'm GUI, fantastic little thing, and speedlog for just logging, spdlog. Okay, that's that lot done. If you want any code to look at prior or for the next week, you can go to FrazerBlade Sharp OpenGL Foundation code, and you can download the code that's in here. There's actually quite a bit of it, I think. Yeah, there's quite a bit written already. This is just stuff left over from what I've done before. It's nothing special. Luckily it's in OpenGL. I haven't done the files for Vulkan or DirectX. So OpenGL is here. There's something missing though. There's a lot missing. This is only basic code, isn't it? So we do have the context. Good. Yeah, this is the basic code for it all. This is the structure. We'll go over... We'll have to start then by going over the system, obviously, because that's what I am. I'm a systems analyst. So we will have to develop a system. All of those files go into a static library and you can use them basically. Develop a system. For handling 3D. That's what we're going to do. You might notice there's no Qt mentioned there, although we are going to use an event-driven application system, because that's the only way this should be done. If you try and do it without an event-driven application system, I think you're going to cause yourself problems. It also means that you can slot in and out OpenGL for any back-end rendering system you want, like Vulkan or DirectX. There's nothing going to be stopping you there. It is OpenGL Foundation code. It isn't OpenGL specific, but the files we're going to use are OpenGL specific, so that's the only reason why it's that. Our lovely person over on YouTube, Karim, a big thanks to you, by the way, a big thanks to you for putting this forward. We had a little bit of a conversation we went through. Obviously he wants something slightly different to what I'm doing at the moment, which is fine. I mean, everybody can want what they want. I don't mind that. But I will have to present this in a generic format so that it can be used as a reference material for future programmers, as this is a programming club. This is not an academy or an education series. Anything that I say on this channel is factual. It will not be from a point of view, it will not be opinionated, or I will not be able to turn around and say this is the right way to do something. All I can do is develop a system and present a system for handling 3D that is generic enough to handle any situation. For handling 3D, so that can be used. And I'm going to break my rules for the stream and call it an application. You know why I don't call things applications on this stream? These are games that we are doing. This software, though, once developed, can be used for any application. Note that, because it's important, that games programming and OpenGL and applications that can be used by any application. Yeah, it's not plural. I keep pluralizing things when I shouldn't do. Any application or game. I have to be specific about that. Okay, as he requested in that posting on YouTube, he said it would be useful for applications or games. So that is the criteria that I'm going to do this with. We do have the code. We have to develop the system, then just place the code into that system and it'll whiz. It'll just whiz off once it's developed a little bit, I think. We'll see. We'll see. I can't remember how much development there is because I've got a horrible feeling I've put this in a private code. Sweet. And I don't think it's on the server. So it'll be on the internet. I'll look into that tomorrow morning before starting. So the first idea is like Monday, draw up the system, try and design the system that's going to handle this for us. And then by Wednesday, I hope that we are going to be constructing the first compilable form of this system. And obviously, we'll test it and see what it does. I have no ideas. I don't think this is the full code. Have I missed something here? You see, there's a couple of these private ones. No, that's C. Yeah, that's my ECS. There's no readme on a private one. I've got a feeling one of these private ones holds something. And I don't think it's under my name, my current alias anyway. Yeah, okay, that's just me thinking about what we've been doing the last week, I think, really. Last few weeks. That was my thoughts. Alright, I'll just do an extra search under my other aliases tomorrow morning and see if I can come up with a fuller version of the code. The current version doesn't seem to have enough files in it. It seems to have a whole lot missing. In fact, a whole directory missing, if I remember rightly. So that will be interesting for me to do. The code will be amalgamated together from the sources of what I've done in the past 4 years. So this code is coming from multiple sources over the last 4 years. We're going to put it all together into one system and explain how it's done. Look at the programming and go through it all. Shouldn't take long. I'm going to give it a week. So within 1 week we will go from nothing to a full system. The code will be PAS1 standard code. If you don't know how I standardize code, it's PAS1, 2 and 3. PAS1 code is the garbage that you get every day out of programmers. And it is garbage. That is the standard of code that we will be using for this, not experiment, but for this development. PAS2, I don't think we're going to do it. PAS2 is where you clean the code up, you tie up all the loose ends, and you create code which is non-buggable, doesn't have bugs in. I have a 0 bug tolerance for my code. That happens in PAS2. PAS3 is the polishing where PAS2 is getting rid of the errors and bugs, and PAS3 is the final polishing where you make your code into something called gold code. Gold code is totally impregnable and can be used for anything. So if you want to do PAS1, say on a different system, you can take gold code and extend it into a PAS1. And it is the basis and foundation for any other code that you write on that subject. Gold code is very often generic, and that should be your initial goal when approaching a subject like this. Your goal should be to go from nothing to some foundation code which is of gold standard, which you can then take and develop further in using the system that it encapsulates. The system we'll be using is the same as Qt's system. It's going to be event driven. I think that is the best system for this. It's the best system I've come across so far anyway. It probably isn't the best system, but it handles it better than any other I've tried. And I've tried quite a few over the last 5 to 6 years, I think it's been, that I've been doing this. The OpenGL stuff. I only started doing OpenGL as a distraction for learning about the illusion of 3D. And I've just given the talk about it, so it fits in very nicely what we've just done. It all ties together. The coding for it is simple and straightforward. If you are a novice programmer and you don't understand something that I'm talking about, or the code that you're seeing on the screen as I go through it, let me know. Please, please, please let me know. Don't feel stupid saying, but what did that variable mean and how does it work? I mean, the logic to this part of the code, it just doesn't ring true. This isn't Boolean algebra. You've got to ask questions. Don't make them advanced questions, because I'm not a programmer. You ask me an advanced programmer's question and I'll have to go and research the answer. I will get you an answer, but I'll have to go and research it. The more complicated you make your question, the harder it is going to be for me to answer it, because one, I'll have to understand the viewpoint, and secondly, I'll also have to understand the technicalities of your question, and also the technicalities of what I've written. That side of it isn't too bad. It's the technicalities of what you're trying to say is what I would need to understand to be able to answer it properly. Bear in mind that I do not expect you to write me questions that are 5 pages long of A4. I expect straightforward questions, innocent questions, what you may consider daft questions. They are the best, because those are the questions that I haven't asked myself. Those are the ones I learn from. You are teaching me. It's not the other way round. Remember that. I already know this stuff. Upside down and backwards. I'm not teaching it. I'm going to show you. And you're going to have to ask the questions and teach me. It's a game club. We share information. We share knowledge. This is not an academy. It is not a school. If you wish to learn the basics and principles of programming, let me know. I can teach you how to program. But we have to get rid of the misconception that it's going to be tied to a language. We will learn to program in something called English. It's a novel language for programming. People don't use it very often, but I do, because I'm a systems analyst, and it's the only programming language I know. So if you do want me to teach programming, it will be in a language called English. You can't download this language, and there's no compiler for it. No, sorry. You can download the language. It's called the Oxford English Dictionary. You can find it online and download it, or buy it in a book format, whatever you want to do. But that's the language I program in. And if I do teach programming, that's the language I will be teaching in. So, words of warnings out of the way. What we are going to do is, from scratch, we are going to build ourselves. That fits all on one page, that's ace. Well done me. That's next week. Starting Monday. Tomorrow. Wow! Tomorrow afternoon. We shall start. The C++ code files, a lot of them are there. I think there's missing ones, which I'll have to pull from somewhere else. I have written every single line of code in all of those files. They all belong to me, and I am freely giving them to you to do what the hell you like with them. There is no catch. This is a games club. It's a sharing of information. It's what the internet was initially designed to do. The internet was not initially designed to be a place of business. And the talk that I gave about games and monetizing games should also go for the internet. But that's a different story, and it's not one that I would like to go into because it's outside of the concept of the Games Club, and I want to keep myself within that construct so that I don't annoy too many people. I think that's the best way of putting it. I certainly can't annoy my employers. That would be bad. And it's funny, I can talk about this now, can't I? Because I'm actually retiring. Yay! I still have got the secrets code signed. So certain things I can't talk about, but my employer is one of the controllers of humanity. A lot of people will say, oh, conspiracy theory. No, there isn't a conspiracy going on at all. The whole of this planet's humanity is governed by a select group of people. These are not the Illuminati. These are the richest of the rich people in the world today. People like the Rothschilds. You've heard all of this, and they'll all say, oh, it's a conspiracy. No, it's not a conspiracy. That's the way we have designed our community, our planetary community. The reason why people think there's a conspiracy going on when there isn't is because these people who are at the top of the chain, at the top of the pyramid, which is the Illuminati's stupid symbol, and they don't exist, by the way. I can confirm that. The reality is far simpler. If the Illuminati did exist and there was a conspiracy, it would have by now been disclosed. It would have been uncovered, exposed. Humans rebel and are resourceful. Look at hackers. Yeah, look at hackers. They're doing well at the moment, aren't they? At 600,000 US dollars. Well done, guys. Good on you. You've proved me right. These people at the top of the chain, these people who control this planet, control this planet through some substance called money. It all comes down to a thing called money, which doesn't exist. The Rothschilds are the richest people on the planet because they invented money. They are the inventors of the illusion that we live in. We have accepted that illusion and we want to call it reality. We like that illusion. It is convenient for us to have it. This does not mean that it is a good or bad reality that we live in. This is not about whether these people are evil or good or religious or not religious or worshipping a devil. This is about a substance called money. Money does not care. It has no feelings. It is neither good nor bad. The people at the top of this tree have the power to influence and shape the future of our world. What we have to do is decide whether the future of our world is in good hands. If these people are lunatics and madmen, then yes, the future of our planet is in good hands. If these people are sane and care, then the future of our planet is in the worst hands possible. Know this before you go online and look at the cabal, the Illuminati, before you delve into all of that crap. There is no conspiracy. This is being hidden in plain sight. It's called a bank. Do you have a bank account? Yes, you do. If this is a secret society, then you belong to it. You are a part of it. You have a bank account. There is no secret society. There is just money. That is what those top people control, and that is what controls your life. This is an illusion that we have created for ourselves and we accept, and it works. It works well. Don't go out there and start spamming conspiracy theory. It don't go. It won't wash the bucket with me. Unfortunately, the side effect of that is that power has a desire. Anybody in a position of power desires more power. The end goal of the top people that are in plain sight and not a conspiracy is the only end goal that can come from this system, and that is to have a unified world. To do that means we would need a unified government, and to govern the world, they would be at the top. This is not a conspiracy. It's written in open, plain English for everybody to see. You just have to make one single thought. Who has all the money? I have worked for nearly all of my life, my working life anyway, for one of those people, and I signed a document of secrecy to protect the country that I live in for that person. I gave my life to that controller. I decided that that person at the top of the pyramid, we were in safe hands. I realized that they were not caring or careful, and that they are not in the same reality as us, normal human beings. By that definition, we have to then call them mad or deranged. And therefore, by definition, this planet is in safe hands. What we have to do as a community, though, is adjust what we want. And the current situation will do that. People are already very, very unhappy about what has just happened within the world today. And the backlash that is happening towards one of the top members of the controlling society within this on this planet, the backlash is now growing. And yes, they are deranged by our standards. But to control us, they will have to listen to this backlash. and they will have to adjust what they do next. If they are to unify the whole of humanity at the end of the day, which is the goal, they will have to finally accept what we want. There can be no conflict. And they know that. And unfortunately, when there isn't conflict, the control system becomes at risk. Without conflict, there is no Dow Jones index. The Dow Jones index for finance works on comparisons between the values of fictional things. Values that don't actually exist. They only exist in a conflict with each other, and they move in accordance with each other. And that's how our financial system works. There is no money. There is no stock on the stock market. It's a 1 or a 0 on a computer. Oh my God, I just did a tirade. Why do I do that? Why do I suddenly go off into these things? I shouldn't, should I? Okay, as of next week, no tirades. Sorry. It comes off these systems. It comes off this word. I'm a systems analyst. That's my life. It's how I protect myself. I think we can do this in a week easily. Why can't I find the rest of those files? They'll be in my subconscious, won't they? Okay. I'll grab them later. But yeah, anybody want me to do anything else? Especially on games programming. I mean, there's tons of games programming. Like, one of my favourite ones is how do you move using the mouse? And it's more difficult than you first think. It's one of those weird ones. It has a paradox in there. And there's quite, when it comes to programming, there are a lot of paradoxes where things don't quite work the way programmers think they do. And that will be part of this exploration into the foundation code. I'm going to call it the foundation code for OpenGL. We will probably come across some of this, and we'll have to look at it more carefully, so it might be more than a week. Hope not. It's such an easy subject for me, but it might be a very, very difficult and complex subject for you. I don't know. I don't know how complicated this should be. I have nothing to compare it to evaluate some kind of complexity. Alright, this is bugging me now. Oh, I see what's happened. Who's on that account? So it's only got 3 reps. Public, public, public. Oh. That's the one that we're using. Who are you? Oh hell, is this the code? Oh damn it, it is. We found the code, guys. It's here and it's public. What's the difference between the master and the sandbox? Let's go and have a look. I found the code. I told you I was missing something. I found an experimental set of code, and I knew it was experimental when I looked at it because it was coming up as an IDE which I don't normally use. This isn't. This is Visual Studio Code. It's got an SLN. Okay, let's go to a different machine then. Let's plug this in somewhere. Where can we put this in? Let's find somewhere on the computer. Let's go to projects. This is to do with Twitch. What was that in projects? This'll do. Let's pop over to here for the repositories. Amber Skies, we just found it under. Because it's got test 1 and sandbox in it. That's how I know it's the right one. Copied. How do we get out of this? Go away. So it's git clone Control Shift V? No. That's Rana. Paste. Alright, you got some stupid characters there at the beginning and the end, so I'll take the ones off the end. HTTPS, take the ones off the beginning, hit return. Okay. Fire up Git Kraken. Open a repository. Amber Skies it was. Alright, what we've got here, we've got the master. So, example of flat color shader, blah blah blah, corrections, blah blah blah, ECS, ideas for scene, entity component. Oh, God, did not. Oh. Alright, well, sandbox is way ahead. Let's check that out. Complete. We have the full code, including all of the extensions and everything else, including all the ideas. This is stuff that I've written. So it's perfectly fine for me to mess it all up, I guess. Don't need that anymore, just need this. Here's our code here. This is the code base that we're going to be using. So what we will need is U. I've got an ImGUI INI. We have assets. A test PNG. Alright, we'll take that. So we can take some assets, we'll have that. Oh, god damn it. Dumbass. How's our source looking? I'm not sure that I want to pull these over. I think we should start with this blank one. Yep, that's pretty blank. That is very blank. It does exactly nothing. It just prints out delta time into the console. On update. Wow, that does a lot. That's blank. These ones here are slightly different, aren't they? Yeah, this is doing slightly more. It's got vertices in it. So this definitely has a model. Do I have a model loader on this? Alright, so we're not going to be putting any of this in. We'll want to write that bit ourselves, I think over the next week. We can refer back to this. We'll leave this as reference only. Okay. So rename to reference. Okay. We also, that was a sandbox. We've got sandbox test 1. We've got a game here. Great. We've got a library here. That's the library there. We can ignore dependencies, can't we? GLFW, GLM. Oh, we have GLM to add to our dependencies. Okay. Okay, that's done. Yeah, you can see I was working on it this morning, can't you? So we've added that. Assets. We have shaders. There we go, got shaders now. Dependencies were done. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter. That's Visual Studio. Let's have a look at the source code. Right, we have Amber Skies common and the 2 tests. So I'm going to leave the tests in, I don't care about them that much. Let's take a look at platform first. OpenGL on Windows. OpenGL, is this slightly different or not? Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's slightly different. This has got STB in it as well. That's textures. And GLAD, which is the lookup for OpenGL functions on your graphics card. And then we've got the KHR platform, which helps GLAD, I think. I think these 2 are tied together. API entry call, yeah, it's to do with the API for accessing the graphics card, isn't it? You can see how much of a problem C++ causes. If you change all of this into C, you don't really have this problem. But this is what I was saying, I think, in a talk a while ago about the standardization of computer hardware, how it's been completely buggered up, and the fact that we need drivers. And it's because of drivers that we have all of this crap. So this is just defining information. Yeah, LLP64 and LP64 architectures. You see what I mean? There's no standardization that's been going on. So if you look up that, you'll find out there are differences in the architectures for that hardware. How to, that's time to get nanoseconds. Oh, we'll have nanoseconds instead of milliseconds. That's helpful. That means we can now do assembler language. Yay! So that's a way of patching the problems between different architectures being employed by different hardware suppliers. So that's to do with this as well, the drivers. So that's your driver sugar. We do have 2D here. We don't seem to have 3D. Oh, it's texture, of course. Yeah, who cares? Textures are 2D. I'm going to take that lot then. So if we go back to platform, I will take a copy of you. We'll paste you in. Merge folder. Replace. What have we got under Windows? Yeah, we'll do it with all of them then. And this is an easy way of doing it. Okay, that's you done. Go back to source now. And we can go into Amber Skies. What oh yeah, render. I've got render 3D here. Yeah, we've only got render here, and we have input as well. events and ECS. There we go, that's that done. I think that's everything. Done. That's the library. I'm not going to be taking test 1 or Sandrogue out. And we don't need an SLN. Fantastic. That's really good. Wasn't difficult now, was it? It's this foundation code one we're after. Alright, we now have all of this lot here on the master. Stage all changes. Updated to full files. Full file set. Description. Base code to generate our system for Open GL. Commit. Still on the master. Push. Could not find a compatible repository at Amber Skies. Oh god damn you, why not? Why were you going to Amber Skies? This should be going to here. That's an interesting one. GitHub issues. None. So it's... I think it might just be lying to me. Computers do that, they lie to you, you know. Okay, let's pop this up then. Here it is up on GitHub. 2 minutes ago. Well, that's good news. Yep, GLM's been added, so I know it's updated. And now we have a foundation lib. We now have shaders. Interesting. That's going to be interesting to look at. We have source code. Do we have full platform code this time? Yes, we do. Good, it's got the buffers in. That's what I wanted. If you rewrite all of these, by the way, instead of placing OpenGL at the beginning, you put Vulkan buffer, Vulkan buffer, Vulkan context, Vulkan renderer, Vulkan shader, Vulkan texture, Vulkan vertex array. If you change the names of these and then rewrite these in Vulkan, you can then transfer those files into a directory called Vulkan, And as these are platform files, they are not inside the main here. You can go into core. Let's just have a quick look at window. You will see that in window we have a definition at the bottom. So create window properties. You will need the window properties for Vulkan in the code. Currently we have, well, no, that's okay. We will need it somewhere. It's not in here then. Oops. Where's the application getting it from? I'm sure it's getting it through window. And as I said, it's an event-driven system, just like Q application and Qt. How did we get through there? It is with window.h. That'll take us into here. Here. There we go. Inherits window. There's the event callback function. There's our context for GLFW. Private, initialize window properties. Indeedy. So that's probably at the bottom. Might not be actually. So where is Windows properties coming from? It's here again. It's these properties. What you will have to do is add the properties for Vulkan somehow. And then this can be changed. This is currently directing through to OpenGL. That's fine. There should be a CPP file with a switch statement in it, looking up which platform you are using. Maybe it's in here. Let's look under renderer. Where are you coming from? Alright, yeah, you're just you're something to be inherited. There it is. We've got an enumeration class. So none, if there's no API, we've got nothing. What you would have to put is comma, and then Vulkan, or DirectX, or whatever you want to use. And then you would have to start filling in all of the bits and pieces about the API. And you could use it. So it has an open back end. That didn't sound right. That's not English. That's computer speak. So yeah, we do have an API for this then. There'll be a switch statement here, is there? No. Yeah, we've just got that. There's no switch statement here. So at the moment it is set to that. We need a function called set API, and then we would need to do a switch statement to find out which API we had set or requested. Yeah, this is multiple API backends. This will do fine. It's generic enough. I'm happy with that. I'm glad I wrote the code so I understand it. That's okay, we've done the readme file. No idea what IDE. What IDE? I'm going to just use Qt Creator then. There's no IDE attached to that. We can use anything we want. Imports existing projects that do not use QMake, CMake, QBS, Meson or AutoTools. This allows you to use Qt Creator as a code editor. Ooh. Yeah, we can use that. What does it do? Find out. Project name. Foundation lib, maybe? Sandbox? I'll try it on Sandbox. Sandbox is a smaller file to mess up. Choose directory. Sandbox. Open. Project name. Sandbox. Don't know what it's going to do. Alright, does that. Add to version control. It's already in version control. We don't need to add it. It's going to give us some C flags, a config, a creator, and a CXX flags. Okay. What about a dot profile? Are we not allowed to have a dot profile? Sounds a bit weird. I'm not sure I want that. I can see what it's doing. Will it do it though? Will it give us a profile? Nope. See? Red underlinings. I can do that in code. Let's have a look at what it's created. Nothing there. Yeah, okay. Alright, so it has created a profile, but it hasn't put it in a profile. I see. Clever. Why has it taken that out? That's interesting. It's not the way I would do it, so okay. Yeah, right, okay. Very funny. Okay. Okay. I think we can use this then. Oh, it's now going to complain at me because I've been creating files and whatnot. Okay. That's fine. Yep, we got the code. Oh, there's a .qtc changed. God, fathers. I wish they wouldn't do that. There's a file in there. This is one of the biggest problems I have with all of this. Where is it? Ah, there you go. Get out of there, you creep. That's why it's so easy to mess everything up. So what we want to do then is check out this commit, and all done. Removed. Okay. So yeah, we can use Qt Creator, I suppose. May as well. It's here. So we've got a load of code you can look at, peeps, over till tomorrow. Get yourselves ready. We're going to be doing some big stuff. We're going to be doing some big boy stuff. I've already written it all up for you. We are going to be going through well, we'll start with the core, I suppose. And we'll start building our system here. We already have UUIDs for the ECS. We've got the window, the main entry point. We've got the layer and the layer stack. We've got time. We've got the application. which is Q application, I suppose. Yeah, I think we can use this. It'll save us a lot of time typing, obviously. I think the development of that code took around about a month to a month and a half. It is past 1 quality, unfortunately. I wish it was better. Yeah, I'm going with that. I'll use that code. So we have the code for the project. I don't see a loader there. Don't see ASIMP anywhere either. Right, the model loader is separated. It's not in here. The model loader has to be written within the sandbox. Fair enough. I think we can manage that somehow in a couple of minutes. Model loaders aren't hard to do, are they? I'm sure I had text shaders somewhere. Just forgotten where I put them now. That's the problem. Since I start looking at things, I can't remember anything. Alright, stop looking at it. I can't remember. 16:44. Hey, we're early, Poppy. 15 minutes early today. My God. Any questions? Anybody want to know anything? Set me off on a rant, maybe, for 15 minutes. I don't mind if you do. We're done. Oh, God, I'm tired. I think I'm going to have lamb for tea. I think we can order lamb. I like lamb. Juicy, juicy. So, as promised, I will do whatever people ask me to. I'm not here to do my own programs or write my own game. I've already done that. And yet I have written games. They're on the internet, go and look them up. Okay, you're okay. This is all up to date. We can get rid of you, we can get rid of you. We can get rid of you. We can double check on... I mean, this will give you an idea of what I look at, won't it? Does it show on here? So I've got text space. This is what Google thinks I should be watching, probably from my history. So let's give a shout out to these people who helped me with my research. John Hammond, a very good site, well worth a look at. He is... He's now got a certificate in red team hacking. He's a security engineer. Or a security programmer. Things like what's this on the edge of... Oh, God, yeah, right. What else do I watch? Oh, yeah, games, plots. Scamming. Kit Boga. He's very, very good. He's very funny. That's a shout out because he gives you an insight into how people try and scam you. I'm obviously interested in planets. Mysteries. I like mysteries. So things like the meteor that vanished, stuff like that. Because I have a different point of view, it's quite easy. Obviously, I'm interested in tech, so there's Building the Ultimate Sleeper MacBook here. I've never researched enough about the Mac, so I thought I'd do some. I watch Smite Pro League, yeah. This is cryptocurrencies. Reports of hacking going on. This guy here, Some Ordinary Gamers, he does quite a bit on funny things, like electronic money heists or robberies and stuff like that. The Star That Can't Exist, Cool Worlds. John Hammond also covers scams, which is good. I've been looking at the Flight Simulator because the world, how it's on the world map, I've been looking at that for that. Anything else in here? Have we run out of time yet? Yeah, 10 minutes left. Anything wanted in chat? No. Dark web I've been looking at. That'd be an interesting one. I'm not going to click on it because I don't think she's got anything to say about it. I know how that works already. And it's not remarkable or anything like that. It's just natural physics. Yeah, rocks move. Everything moves. Your house that you sit in, when it gets sunny and you wake up in the morning and it's dead sunny, does your house make noises? Yes, it does. It does it for the same reason that that's bloody moving. It's called expansion and contraction. It's very, very simple. It's not something I need to watch a video on. Star Citizen. My God, who's that? I had to look at that. I had to look into Star Citizen. Python scripting. Wouldn't touch it with a barge pole. Thank you very much. Are we inside here? How the hell would I know? Stupid question. This is it. This guy, Josh Strife Hayes. Big shout out to the guy. He put me on the right track on how to program an MMO. After years and years of thinking about programming RPGs, this is the guy that said what I was thinking. That RPGs are literally not role-playing games at all. They're just combat simulators. He's a role player. He is a dungeon master for D&D. He understands what a role-playing game actually is. And his viewpoint is his viewpoint, and it's a relevant viewpoint. So that's a good one to watch if you want to make an RPG. Look at the mistakes that other RPGs have made. Anything else in here? Could the universe be inside a black hole? No, it can't. Next. I don't need to watch it. It's just bollocks. Yes, that word. Okay, 11 billion fraud. Interesting. Bit of clickbait going on there, I think. Apple Watch 7. I haven't watched anything on that yet. I want to have a look at that. I am interested in Apple tech at the moment, because there really isn't any Microsoft tech. Let's be honest. So you can see the kind of things like relaxing walk across Skyrim. I watch these things for the graphics, the 3D graphics, the illusion, and how they put the illusion together. This is how I've learnt to program 3D graphics. I made an entire operating system that only runs Tetris. I've already been saying this. You should have an operating system that runs your game. You should not be relying upon Windows, Linux or Mac to run your software. Your software should come with its own operating system that runs it. That is how you secure your software. The reason why people don't is because they're lazy. And Microsoft certainly don't want you to do that, because that would make Windows useless. Windows is the problem, not the solution. Windows is the problem and opens the door to you being hacked. Linux is the same. Mac OS is the same. If you write your own OS and employ it to run your piece of software, it cannot be interfered from the outside unless you allow it to. You have to transfer the ownership to yourself, and then if you want your application to be secure, you have to take responsibility and not ask the operating system to do it. Because the operating system fails. If you write your own OS, you are responsible, you can make it secure. Okay, we should have... Are we shadows? No, we're energy. Don't be so bloody stupid. Investigations, mysteries again. LTT, of course. So this is the kind of thing, this is how I do my research. That reminds me, Smite will be starting up about now. I can watch some of that. C++ stuff. It's way down my list, isn't it? I tend to write in C. If I can. I write in C++ for you lot. If you do go and watch the Chernow, be careful. It's not... Everything there isn't what you think it is. It's being presented to you. It's based on a need to earn money rather than a need to help and educate. So just be careful with the Chernow. It's very good though. Shout out to the Chernow. Very, very good information for C++ programmers. I didn't learn to program from his channel, but that's beside the point. Anything else in here? 3 minutes left. Any questions? No. This is just sad. This is a guy that gets paid to stream and be confronted with a wall of text called chat and suffer the indignities of that chat for money. I'll never go there. I don't mean to be disrespectful to Mr. Asmongold. I think he is a fantastic performer. I think he's in the wrong medium. I don't think he should be online with a chat. I think he should be performing as an artist, because he is an artist, and he is a very, very, very good one. But the hell he puts himself through. Oh yeah, the Fermi paradox. The impossible Earth hypothesis. The universe is so big that there must be alien life out there. Therefore, why have we not discovered alien life? I've already covered that today. It's because our vision of reality is 0.005% of what actually exists out there. The only place we have looked is within that 0.005%. That's why we haven't discovered anything. Don't be a prat and put these videos up. There is no paradox. It doesn't exist. It's been proved false. "25 unsolved mysteries that cannot be explained." I bet I can go through that video, and in the 3 hours, 41 minutes and 58 seconds, I can prove 20 of those mysteries. This is clickbait. It's Rolex. I know, because I've watched them. I sometimes just switch them off because they are so stupid. Brute force Wi-Fi hacking. Very interesting kind of stuff. Shout out here to David Bumble. Good that you are putting it up on the internet. It is bad that you are attracting attention to it. But after what we've just talked about, and I've just used Wi-Fi in a speech to show you how reality works, you can now see the danger in that video. The person, David Bumble, didn't intend this video to be dangerous in any way, shape or form. He didn't know that he was talking about, possible hacking of reality. But that subject is open. I don't know the answer. My research is in that area, but I don't have any answers for you. Alien mysteries. Gaia.net, is it? Or whatever, for alien things. All good stuff. Nice stories. Same as that book they sold. The best-selling book in the world today is a lovely book. It's about 2,000 years old now. It is by far the biggest seller ever, and it is the best collection of stories that has ever been written. The book is called the Bible. Think about that what you will. The facts I offer you. And we've run out of time. I might look into some more on this. I know about this malware. I'm not happy about it because this malware exists because of this operating system. And the way it was designed and devised. The dark side of Spotify. There isn't one. Only if you create it. Go away. Clickbait. Journey to the Earth's interior. Well, it's hot. I'll give you that. Hack the Box. This is good stuff. I like this stuff. This is really good stuff for problem solving. Which is what a lot of programmers don't do. They should. Why we haven't found any Earth-like planets. 3 months ago. You're a bit out of touch, mate. We have. Cooey. Cool words. Wake up, smell the coffee. In the past 5 years, we have found over 300,000 of them. Somebody's not telling the truth here. I don't need to watch it. A journey to the beginning of time. Well, that's going to be difficult because we don't know when it was. We have no history records past possibly the Egyptians. We don't know really what came before, and we do not know what civilizations really came before. We have no way of knowing. Civilizations far more advanced than us could have pre-existed us, and we have no way of knowing. Civilizations that come after us will have no probable way of knowing about ours, because all of our history will be on electronic devices that at our downfall will all be destroyed. Think about that one. Down the rabbit hole, yeah. Heard it all before. Nothing new. Galactic colonization, that's an interesting one. The theory behind it is correct. The actuality behind it is incorrect. You can't do it that way. Cool worlds again. You're wrong. Well done. Jesus, I'm not going there. I won't be watching their stuff. Okay. Angriest. Oh, full 10-hour call. Angriest scammer ever. Lovely. Love it. He does make them angry, but it is so funny. There is something I wouldn't mind passing on. Let's go back and see if we can find any of that. You can see how little I look into programming, can't you? You can also see that Google does send some really bad things my way. Alright, we'll search then. Wrong keyboard? Yeah, wrong keyboard. Get rid of that keyboard. My keyboard holder hasn't arrived yet. Okay. If you do go to Josh Strife Hayes, just click on his little symbol, it's easier.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Strife Hayes, and in this video I'm going...
If you go to his playlists, he has a playlist which is very, very... If you are looking at 3D programming and MMOs and things like that, top MMOs... What's this? You should play in 2020. Okay, that's a positive one. His comedy shorts are quite funny. He's a very good actor. He's a voice actor and an actor. That's his real life profession. He's done quite a few now. Jesus, this carries on. Worst. Yeah, okay, we'll do that. Where's me thingy? There it is. Search. Worst. Okay. Right, he has this. This is one of his playlists. As you can see by the little red markers underneath, I've watched a lot of these. Why? Because I wanted to know what made them bad. Yeah, I've watched an awful lot of I do a lot of research. I have a lot of sleepless nights. There's not really much else for me to do. Well worth watching the whole goddamn lot. There's 60 of them there, and it's growing. It's getting more and more. Okay, we can shut down here. Nothing. Okay, no messages. Good. And that just leaves me to go and have my tea. My lamb. I'm going to go and order some lamb. So you lot take care. I hope today was thought-provoking and that I didn't ramble off into the extreme too much. If you conclude that I'm a complete madman and I'm off my rocker and that everything I have said is dismissible, then you are quite right. That wasn't the objective of today. The objective of today's talk was to make you think. Take care, peeps. Good luck. Get that research going and have some fun.